Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, morning, Johnny.
Hey, Gabe.
I'll be a little quiet this morning, guys. I'm watching some of the background Senate stuff still, so I'll be on.
What's going on with that, Gabe? What are they doing? Is it the impeachment stuff?
Yeah, I'm getting caught up. Yesterday, I wasn't paying too close of attention to it, so I'm getting a lot of the highlights right now.
Nice, nice. How was your day yesterday?
Well, every day is actually a fabulous day. Yesterday, I had a really fun time with the group, so it was a good day.
Cypher note, SPY consolidating here for past couple of minutes at 324.60. Idea from a couple of days.
You were on pretty early yesterday, and then you kind of had some stuff to do.
Yeah, I had a few things I had to do, and then I started getting a headache around like 2 o'clock. I ended up falling asleep at like 4 and woke up early this morning. I didn't get up after that. It was like
Whoa, that's
a
pretty heavy, dude.
Yeah, pretty bad migraine, and it's weird because I never get migraines. And this morning I had a text message from a friend of mine that just got hospitalized. He's out of country. He lives in the States. Um, Trouble breathing, high fever, coronavirus symptoms.
Oh crap, dude, that sucks.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I try not to be too superstitious, but I just find it weird that like I never get these migraines or headaches, and I got it, and then all of a sudden I get a message from him saying he's in the hospital.
And you hung out with him recently?
No, he lives out of the country. He lives in the States.
What's up, Cypher?
Yeah, what's up, Cypher? Did you hear? I just called your name out if you heard or not.
Yeah, I was in the other room. I wasn't sure if I heard my name or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, remember that 324.60 idea I gave you the other day on spot?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just consolidating here, and it's also the 200 EMA now.
So you're bullish?
On SPY. I'm just telling you that the idea here, it's struggling here at 324.60. So long over short under here is fine. And remember, 324.55 was also the bounce level. So remember I said I think it's gonna come down, but let's see 324.60, and then it ended up ripping to like 328 or something. It should be from either Monday or Tuesday. Let me. Yeah, it was from the 28th, Tuesday. So in the morning it ripped. I think it was from Tuesday. So let me just double check my PM I sent to you. Yeah, Tuesday. As I had said, I think SPY will come down at open and try to hold around 324.60. It held 324.55 and ripped to 320. So here's just for others listening, here is an example of using previous levels, so previous price history to determine bullishness or bearishness. There's individuals that don't agree with this, like market makers and other traders, but it's proven, like I've proven it myself, that these levels work. TJ showed me how they work too, so I always try and follow these previous price points. The only time I don't like trading based off prices is when it's at all-time highs or all-time lows, because it could just keep going due to price discovery. So that's
Yeah, no,
that note is
I
just
think
for
the
everyone.
levels definitely. I think the levels definitely work. I just prefer to have like a sentiment or a bias tied to it. Otherwise, it's hard for me to make a decision.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure. I think it's a down day, based on the moves that I've seen, but I want to focus on a few of these tickers today. I might not put a lot of emphasis on SPY and TVX today, even though there is some volume. So usually I want to see 2 million volume by market open on SPY, and it looks like it's going to get there. But today I think I'm going to focus primarily on earnings plays. We have a lot of earnings tickers today, like bigger companies, and I think there's going to be more room and safer moves on those tickers. So we'll see. Like, let's see how Apple does. If 320 can't hold, let's look for like a 315 to 316 idea, which should bring the market down.
Sounds good.
Also for Tesla, guys, I have a long over 640 short under idea. This was from pre-market. I woke up pretty early today, around 6 a.m. I've been doing TA on these since. I ended up taking a trade pre-market. I made $1.50 a share on it instantly, but I'm looking for the 650 move, and I ended up trying to add to it, and I closed out the trade at 637, just like 638.50 or something. And I ended up I'm happy with the loss because I ended up going down another $10 a share. So I'm happy I stuck with that analysis, and I think 640 is still fine. So as long as it's under 640, I think we should look for shorts on Tesla. Even though I think there will be continuation, I think we can use smaller position sizes, short Tesla under 640, and reverse over. 650 is also a nice resistance level from pre-market that I was just watching the way they're trying to push it. Or sorry, not from pre-market, from after hours. 660 was the high, or just below 660. And this morning on pre-market, I saw how hard they were struggling in the 648s. So I think short under 650, long over 640, and short under 640. And here at 630, I'm not sure. I think there's more room on the down under 630, but I see mean reversion up to 640. So if you want to try along here at 630, you can. Note that the spreads are over $1 a share. It's like $1.25 a share right now in the spread. So just reduce position size and expect tanking to 625. We have a pivot point sitting at 628.37, which is our second support line. Next one's at 615. And remember, everyone, when Tesla moves, it likes to move $30 at a time, like end of the day. So let's look. It had a $80 move yesterday from the low to the high in after hours, which is 2.5 times higher, or more than 2.5 times higher than its normal range. So even though we will see profit taking this morning, I still see HODs today. Also, another thing on watch, Intelsat. It's at $3.25. It was down 25% yesterday, and it's down an additional 14% today. This is a long-term play, so if anyone wants to do DD for like a longer-term idea, the idea for me is to try and go long, maybe with a couple grand, and hold for a few months, around 250.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning, TJ. How's it going?
Is anyone watching the stream right now?
YouTube or the Senate
Yeah.
one?
YouTube.
I can get it to you. Or, there we go.
You're wondering if you can hear our voice on it?
No, I'm just wondering if you can see my nice little picture I drew. I'm just like remoting into JC's computer just to do this lesson later on. So just wanted to make sure I can do my beautiful art.
I might be on the wrong one. I'm not sure, but it says live and it says 5:30 p.m.
Can't see like the
Yesterday.
snipping tool there?
I see it. JC rule.
The JC rules thing? I see it.
Oh, that's so cool. I like this.
Is this on stop losses, TJ?
Yes, sir.
What time are you going to be doing it?
I'm not sure. Whenever I'm done trading.
That should be a good lesson.
I have a dentist appointment at 10:30 a.m. today, so I'm only going to be on for the first half an hour of market. I'm gonna have to go. So TJ, if you want to do it around 12, I'll be able to record it. Otherwise, maybe we can get someone else to help out with the recording.
It's gonna be on YouTube anyways. I'm using his like I'm remoting into his computer, so should be fine.
Okay, then what I'll do is later on just let me know how long it runs, or maybe someone can time it, and then I'll go in and create a video, like create a new one so that we can have a separate video for stop losses. But yeah, let's talk about that later. DJ, you take any profits at in after hours on Tesla?
Oh, I already sold it before earning.
Oh,
I wasn't
okay.
gonna
Yeah,
take 11% drawdown, so I was like, you know what? It's already at the 280s. Take it. Well, 580s.
yeah, and that's one of the golden rules, right? Don't hold into earnings.
Yeah, if you don't know what the earnings result's gonna be, don't do it. And I kicked myself for like not holding it, but I went back to my rules and I was like, okay, looking at the model, do I see anything based on the data versus what he said, where I could see that this would be a result that we could predict? And honestly, there isn't. Like the numbers just didn't add up. His balance sheet, like the reason people run DCF models is very simple because it works when your revenue stream has peaks and troughs, like when each quarter to quarter change isn't actually in one direction, then it makes sense to use run a DCF model. And like I said, I know that every model increased it, their expected time frame from like 5 years to like 2 years, and that's a big increase on that side. Just wasn't sure about this earnings, but now that he has done the impossible, back on the Tesla boat.
Nice. Yeah, I remember he said shorts are gonna get burned. Man. I wonder how Larry what's his name? Larry Ellison feels. The guy went long at 350. So he lost half of his investment in the first 6 months, and now he's up almost double in another 6 months. That's crazy.
I knew a few people that put in some heavy blind calls, and I'm like, what the crap? You don't protect yourself? And nope, they didn't. Turned out well for them.
Honestly, like I wanted to do it too, and I'm like, okay, Tesla has to move $50, right? And we know some earnings, it spikes or it tanks, and then it kind of like makes a mean reversion back in, right? So by the time I get out, the whole idea was like, will the price actually be up or down $50 a share at least? And obviously Tesla did way better.
It'll be interesting to see what it does today.
Yeah, and honestly, I have some high expectations for. Let's see if they can actually follow through.
I wonder how Amazon's gonna do on for earnings today. Let's say Moonshot 2K, hopefully.
I hope so, because I still have my calls. I still have my shares and my calls. So I hope it just fucking just goes off. And honestly, it should. I mean, we had a really good Christmas season. So when you add those to the books, it should be good.
I wonder how exports are going from China, like, exports on Amazon and stuff. After this whole Corona epidemic.
So I'll be heavily in the background today. I'm probably only going to be doing SPY and TVIX on the hourly, so I won't have heavy participation today, but I'll still be around, guys.
Boo.
Coming from TJ, come on.
Also, guys, notice that 324.60 level. They tried to break over for about, it was a good amount of time actually. 15 minutes of consolidation. They held VWAP and 324.50 100 EMA. They pushed over the 200, 324.60 launched, and we're near 325 now. So TJ, I was just mentioning to everyone before you hopped on the call that a few days ago I had mentioned to Cypher that I liked a pullback to 324.60 to see if it holds. And that day it went to 324.55 and launched to 328. So I think 325 and 324.60 are good levels. Let's see, I think we can build a little range here before market open. And yeah, I mentioned as well, I'm not going to be focusing on TVIX today. I'm going to be looking at the earnings plays. And let's see how the volatility goes. SPY approaching this 2 million volume here. Should happen by 9:30. AMD sitting here at the 200 EMA, 5-cent spread pre-market. And it looks like that Tesla idea at 6:30 came to fruition. Said leave room up to 625, bounced just above 626, and back up to 632.
Now, there's a good amount of volume on SPY pre-market today, like you were saying, Johnny.
Wow, you guys down to 44. D gas 285. Guys, I gotta take a phone call. BRB.
Okay.
All right, sorry guys, I'm back.
All right. I turned it to Bloomberg right now. They're talking about the Powell and inflation percentages and whether the rates, how the rates remaining steady are going to affect the market. I posted the link there on the floor.
Who's that brilliant person yesterday that said, you know what, hold on to your VIX? That guy's a genius.
Which person?
I don't know, some genius. I don't know. He goes by the name TJ.
That guy. Isn't that guy like super short?
Yeah. But I think his bank account makes up for it.
All right. As long as it compensates somehow.
Right? I think we had this conversation, yesterday with me and Gabe, and I'm like, the most elite people aren't the 1% of the world. It should be the mathematicians that are just amazing. They're phenomenal. And then when I was talking about it, I was like, they get everything right. Like, I mean, they should be considered the 1% of the world, except in one aspect, women.
Exactly, man.
And Gabe's like, those pocket squares, man.
This is me and TJ in class right there.
Oh God, I tried to teach Gabe linear regressions, guys. I'm just gonna post this. Okay, this is how the conversation. Let me just show you the picture first. And this is why shit doesn't work. All right, so I'm showing him a normal. Guess what idea pops into Gabe's head?
You got to show the other pictures. The ones that actually have the shapes of them.
I swear this. I did not do this on purpose.
Uh-huh. Wow. Really?
I guess I'm the only one that sees it.
No, I think it speaks for itself.
Yeah, that's Gabe's takeaway from my entire lesson.
He's like, here, check this out. An immediate laughter is confronted.
Gabe's like, beans and Frank.
No, I did have a good takeaway from it, though. I actually had some ideas that I can present to you, TJ, about some of the areas that you circled there, about how to possibly fix that.
Get more virility.
I can't take you seriously anymore.
No, I mean, as far as percentages, and you might have already thought about it, but we could talk about it later if you want.
All right, cool. John Doe, I should have held on to that eye short. Would have actually turned nice. Oh well. That's crazy.
All right, they're talking about the futures sync on China virus fears, so that's kind of a good topic on Bloomberg right now.
Guys, you're gonna love my lesson. Especially for guys that have never listened to one of my stop loss lessons. It's probably gonna change your
Well, some of us have heard your stop loss lessons before. I'm hoping that there's some new content. New content.
I don't know. It's probably gonna be like the same stuff. I mean, there's not much you can talk about on stop losses.
I mean, risk management's a pretty big subject. Pretty important.
Yeah, but that also depends on like the time frames too, right? And
Right.
like what you're trading, their risk tolerance. That's different from trader to trade. Like I mean, we can, me and you, we can buy pretty much any stock we want and manage that risk because we do have long term holdings. Most of the traders here don't, and that's horrible when you guys have free trading. You know, not even seven, okay, 3 years ago when I opened this group, everybody was complaining, oh, I don't have enough money to diversify, or you know, it costs me money to diversify because you know it costs to trade like you know commissions. That's not the case anymore, guys. You guys can literally buy like fucking one share if you have to and literally diversify and create your own portfolio, and you would be surprised at the returns you'll be making. And you know, when you let compounding take effect, it is just the most beautiful thing. You don't have to do anything. Compounding does the heavy lifting, and that's the secret formula for every single fund. You know, funds don't need to make astronomical amounts. They just need to let compounding do its job.
If you see fit to talk about setting stop losses for swings and long terms, I'd be interested in that.
SPY back at 324.60. So it looks like that little range could form here. Let's see if they can get it back to 325 by market open.
Oh, that's huge. So Elon said 367,000 cars, Tesla cars, supposed to be delivered in 2019, and he's expecting 500,000 in 2020. That's huge.
Oh, by the way, so I bought a graphics tablet thingy, so then I can do some lessons and actually like write down. Because I think most people are visual learners. Hopefully, it helps.
That'd be cool.
It's like those tablets you hook up to your computer, so then you can actually write. Well, it's made for like drawing, for those guys that do like drawing stuff. But I'm pretty sure I can use it for writing if people can use it for drawing. I'm not gonna be drawing, Mar. I'm just gonna be writing. Yeah, I have that Wacom one.
Oh, by the way, I just randomly searched the WATT just because I remember that day we took it to $30. It's at all-time lows here, $1.60.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, that was the wireless charging technology.
Wow, look at how low it is.
Oh,
That's
I
crazy.
still remember that one. Again, here's a good example of yesterday's lesson. They came out with that news about a patent where they have wireless charging anywhere within a meter or so. And look where it's trading at.
Lost like almost 100% of its value. That's amazing. I don't know much about the company though, but I know there's other companies that do wireless charging, so
No, this one was supposed to be like a wireless charger where you can just connect it like your smoke detector, and then anything in that room gets charged.
oh.
Is that out already?
They own the patents to it. But again, like it's probably not even viable yet, so patents are useless. Therefore, the company is useless.
Watch SPY here, guys. So it looks like 324.60 failed the push back over, and we just gapped down on the minute into below VWAP 324.40. So it looks like Tesla's ramping up here. It had a low all the way down to 623 and back up to 632.50. So yeah, guys, I think wow, $2.50 spread on Tesla. Sellers are not selling here.
See, guys, Tesla should continue.
Yep, here's our 200 EMA, 634. We got a minute and a half to open, everyone. Amazon just cracked 1860 here. Okay, we're open. Good luck, everyone. Okay, Facebook 205.50 is the watch list level. It's approaching here. It's coming down hard.
I'm gonna be looking for a Tesla entry. Please go down a little bit more. It's close to 620 as possible.
Wow, look at that candle on Tesla. Holy. This is all the profit taking before the launch. So yeah, like you said, TJ, like
Yeah,
I'm
just a
thinking
little.
620. So guys, watch level 205.55 is the low on Facebook, and watch level 205.50,
MGEN.
low 205.55, already up $1 a share from the watch list level open. Here, let's see if it breaks over. 207 was a nice intraday level as well, alerted by one of our members. AMD launched to 47, and SPY's going as well.
You know what? I take that back.
QRVO.
What do you think, TJ?
MDLZ. Cruise.
Yeah, I should have waited a little bit. Oh well. Let's see.
TSCO.
Spreads $1.20 here. Okay, 60 cents.
I should have waited for that breakdown.
CATB.
It's all good, TJ. 10K at 620. I think it still has a little bit more room for the ad. What? I keep getting freaking my phone's messaging me. Sorry, like I keep getting messages.
I don't know if it works, but I got 622.93 average. Let's see.
BHTG.
Okay, happy now.
I'm gonna try a long if it breaks 625 here.
We're above your level on SPY there, Johnny. FYI.
Thank you.
AR.
So it looks like 625 rejected. Hard.
Two.
We also have 5K sitting at 636.59.
AA.
Yeah, I haven't taken the entry yet. Missed it.
Tub.
Well done, TJ.
Thank you. I forgot to change my order size, so I was like, damn, this is gonna hurt if it doesn't hold 620s.
SPY is
Right up.
launching like crazy, huh?
Yep, I hope so. I hope it
TVIX under
continues.
50. TVIX under $50. AMD 4730. This was my level yesterday. So I'm gonna look for
ISBC.
a pullback here. I'm gonna try 500 shares short on the break under 4730.
If anyone
I'll
took
add-
Tesla with me, that's $10 a share.
Looks like the 5K at 634.86 are gone now.
MTOR.
All
Let us
right,
know
I
when you
took
take
some
some
size
profits.
off, and I'm just gonna hold it, put an actual stop loss, and just forget it.
Well, where's the stop idea?
I'm probably gonna go with pre-market lows there. I'm not losing anything if I keep it around there, right?
Yeah, you said you averaged 623, right?
Yeah.
I like
So
I like 624. That's an idea I had before, in 625. So I think those two are good. And there is the push. Well done. So yeah, TJ, let's
Sent.
look at something else, since you don't have to keep looking at this. So AMD 4730, I didn't get the short, I missed it, but it's already down here 15 cents. SPY needs to hold this 325.50 level bullish. Yeah, I just went long here on AMD. I like this
10.
volatility here with the markets, and I think we're gonna get a nice little push here on AMD.
Now.
Target 47.50. I'll add one. I have 500 shares. Add once at 47 for a double down. Then I'll cut it below and reverse under with half position, probably around 7 to 750 shares.
Package.
Tesla 636, amazing. So like you said, TJ, 620 was a good idea, and up already almost 20 bucks a share from that level. So we'll
$20 a share, finally. Thank you.
remember short under 640 today. So I think you could take some more
TSLA.
profits if you want, but you don't have to, of course.
No,
This
I have to hold
volatility.
on to some for my long term, right? So just gonna hold.
STKL. MYOS. AZPN.
Yeah, I took 642, just 25 shares here. Took the top, guys, but it's still long over 640. So I'll just cut this under 640. I'll risk 50 bucks here for 650 idea. I'll look to take off like 10 shares around 647 or 647.40, which was a pre-market entry.
CATB. ADXS. LLIT. Riot.
This volume on Tesla is amazing, unless I see any big seller here.
DAR.
I'm gonna switch it to 637.50 idea from pre-market. It's only 25 shares. I don't mind giving it a little bit more room. On the ask, of course, guys. I'll just sell on the bid when the ask breaks down under 637.50. Yeah, I cut it. Not gonna reverse this. AMD 4740s, guys, up just under 20 cents a share here.
DTSS. MGEN.
I'm gonna add another 500 shares on the break over 4730. SMH looks pretty good here, and SPY is also looking good. Yeah, I just added here 4731. I'll leave it up to 142.20 on SMH.
DTSS. FBHS.
It looks like RBC lowered Facebook's price target to 255 from 270. And Hive, they on at 209.39, almost $4 from the watches level. Also, Verizon saying they're positioned for accelerated growth in 2020. And DTSS is halted. Circuit break.
FTCH.
Data C. Looks like a low floater.
Sent.
We're gonna
DAR.
try 100 shares short here on TVX. Got the 49.81.
LLIT.
At this point, I like the 50 level as well, so I'll try a double down and then reverse over. SPY making a nice little move here. I really like this move, guys. I'm thinking 326. SPY HOD test, HOD break, TVIX down. Oh yeah, TVIX 49.20 here, guys. 60 cents on the alert.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Not as beautiful as TJ 620 long idea. But thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't believe I missed the long down there, man. Like every dollar was ripping. I'm like, I want to go long. I'll just go long over 640. And the move happened so fast that I got 642. It's all good though. Yeah, I just did a 1-to-1 ad here, 46.95. I'm gonna
IMMP.
on the break of 46.85. I'll risk an additional $100 on this play. Yeah, current average guy is 47.13. TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors, HOD here, looking pretty. I want to see a 143.20 test on SMH here soon. This is VWAP as well in AMD. Watch for a 47.20 push here. I'm gonna add another 100 shares on TVIX short on the break of 49.50. AMD
SSI.
47.20s here. If it comes, yeah, I just took off half of it since I had to average on this a couple of times. So yeah, I got pretty lucky there that I gave myself just a little bit more room. So SMH was holding that 142.50 level quite healthy, still over 142.50, and I figured it would bounce there. So took some profits, not much though, on the average, about $50. But it just allows me to add back below 47 if I have to again, and my average will be even better.
Fix.
TVIX 50.25 here. I'm only gonna close out this TVIX short if SPY is below 325.30.
There we go, guys. We got that breakout on Tesla. Finally breaking out.
Yeah, look at that volume on that Tesla, man. That's nothing but green.
I mean, the
Everybody wants
numbers.
it.
Yeah, and you guys just got to remember the numbers actually make sense. I didn't hold on to Tesla for one specific reason. My DCF model didn't suggest that the numbers were going to be good, right? But now when you update the new numbers, update the model, makes sense now.
OESX.
Obviously, it's still in the early stages. I mean, I still don't believe everything he says. Also, when you really when you dig down on the numbers, it's not a huge amount of growth year over year. Like quarter to quarter, he might be like looking at it differently. Like people are obviously they're buying for like 5-10 years down the road, right? So when you actually align why people are buying it, who's actually buying it, then yeah, you can kind of see that, hey, this should go up. Quarter to quarter growth, though, not really liking it. Now, his expectations for this year, obviously, that's going to change everything. And I haven't crunched those numbers yet. I only look at the one really important thing to me because one thing doesn't lie: numbers. Numbers never lie. It tells you the past, and then it pretty much you can forecast the future. What the CEO says, they've lied so many times. There's so many companies where CEOs lied way too many times, and people lost their jobs, companies got destroyed, families got destroyed. There's CEOs that committed suicide, right? And there's some that even committed fraud. Now, that's how I run my analysis, right? It's all based on the numbers. Now, the next thing is the projection. So how am I going to project
Sent.
what the next profit target's going to be? That's going to be based on what he tells us. And to be honest, like, it's a stretch. It really is. From what he's doing now to like what he's expecting, it's just, I don't know. He has to be a miracle worker, but he's already, you know, done a couple miracles.
BLZ.
That's why I didn't want to bet against him.
Yeah, man. He's surprisingly he
Wow.
keeps on surprising other people.
STOK.
I mean, just nobody believes him a lot of the time, and then all of a sudden he pulls it out of his ass. I mean, booty. Sorry.
SEIC.
Hey guys, I'm gonna add 100 shares here on TVX.
Damn, Cypher, nice job on those Tesla calls. 90%. Well done, buddy.
DTSS.
Thank you, boss.
That's amazing, man. Great job, Cypher.
We're gonna take a little scalp here on Tesla at 648. So again, 25 shares. I'm gonna try a short on this. Only because I think the pre-market level of the highs here is gonna hold up with volume decreasing here. So I think we can get back to 640 before the launch to HODs. Now, like remember what I was saying in pre-market, guys. I think this is gonna come down and then launch to HODs, and it did exactly that. So, tried the scalp at the top, didn't work out. Tried the scalp at the top earlier, didn't work out. So I'll try the short and see if it works out.
BBI.
Wow, look at that. That's
Great call.
that's a huge candlestick. And
Yep.
I'm not meaning to go against you at all, TJ. But
I
long's
really don't
like
care. I'm holding
$25.
this for the long term. So, like, it doesn't matter to me, right? It's like, even if you take the other side of the trade, unless you're going to be like 2% of the,
Yeah, which I'm not. I'm with Tesla, guys. I don't start with more than 50 shares at a time, and with volatility, it's always going to be half. So like here, I'm looking at AMD, guys. I still have 1,000 shares of this. 46.85 is the most I'll risk.
Yeah, and in the lesson today, we're going to cover that, about the
AXS.
different strategies and why, some people's stops are different from others, and why you should never follow people into trades unless you know where their time horizon. You guys
Six-
follow people into trades like
SSI.
blindly. You know, if you like the entry, that's a different story. We can work as it's been working for us like magic. Cypher, that's an easy answer. How to avoid stop loss hunts? Easy. You buy the stop loss.
Set them. Do what with stop loss?
Wow, Facebook 210. Thank you very much for the alert. Market.
What was the answer you said?
You
TJ?
want to buy on the stop
Avco.
losses. When you can see a nice support range being broken down, you want to buy into that range. That's where everybody's, is going. That's where you're going to get the best price. That's where market makers are going to get the best entries and the best fills. And it's also where you want to align yourself with. Plus, because the stops have already triggered, so many people have got out, which means the next time that it goes lower, there's going to be less shares being sold. So when you actually want to keep your stops tight, it works perfectly because you're going to be like one of the few people selling at that price range, which means your fills are going to be a lot better too. So you can actually mark it out versus if your stop loss was like 5, 10, 50 cents below the support range and you had a market order on the sell side, you're going to get a horrible fill.
So are you saying basically buy right below support?
Yeah, you
After a lot
buy
of
when
stop
people
losses are-
get stopped out.
Okay.
Right? That's the biggest key. That's one of my favorite strategies too. Like,
What does that usually look like on the chart? Like a
easy.
Like a
It's
big,
like if I see 620 is support, you want to buy under 620, right? If I say 650 is resistance, you want to buy over that 650 range, right? Like you want to just look for that near a, I guess like a psychological level. Round numbers are always psychological levels. People like to buy down round numbers, and it just makes sense. It makes their I guess their calculations easier too. Ideally, I should have been buying. Like I knew 620 was gonna hit, and obviously knowing me, 626, I took that entry the first. Then I had to add on to it, but realistically, what I should have done was just waited till that 620 broke. And remember, like if I say 620, we're gonna go long at 620, and you guys can rewind the YouTube stream. You can actually see how it played out. I should have just bought right underneath 620. If it continued to move down,
NMD.
you can just stop out right. Tesla for me is gonna obviously be another long-term hold. Why do I have to buy it today?
Sorry to
Why do I
interrupt.
have to buy it at this price? If I know I'm gonna be making 50,
DTSS.
60, 100, 200 bucks a share on this, what's the relevance of buying it today? Absolutely nothing. Today's price discovery day. New data came out. Everybody's trying to price where it should be trading at. And that is the price discovery days that you want to make those quick bang.
LLIT.
That's where you can make money because the volatility is going to be high, the interest is going to be high, the volume is going to be
DBVT.
high. You can execute trades no
HLIT.
problem on days like today. But it's not the day that you actually want to be accumulating onto long-term positions unless you actually know what you're doing or you stop out. Like, I mean, AMD was a prime example. I bought at the 76s, sorry, 4620s, right? Came down, it came back up. When it came down, I obviously added on to it. And then I think my average was 4680s. And then, because I added on to that trade, I actually had to reduce size. So I took 90% of my position off because the same rules apply. Why do I have to buy it? If I know AMD is a strong long-term hold for me, I don't have to buy it today. I can buy it any other day when people aren't interested, when the market is actually on a down day, when we're actually facing like a 1.5% down day on the market and we get a nice little fire sale. I could buy it on those days. Sometimes I forget my own rules on that, but that's literally just because I like the trading aspect of it.
That's good info, TJ. Skyper, no, he sounds good to me.
Yeah, TJ sounds great here, and I just added to my TVIX chart. DTSS just resumed. Be careful on this low floater piece. And I wanted to alert it, but I didn't really want to interrupt TJ there. And when I tried to, he kept going. So I closed the 15 shares of the 25 on the Tesla short, just like just around 6. So still have 10 shares open. I have a hard stop set over 650. Man, that was like perfect timing, yeah, TJ?
Which one? Oh, your Tesla short?
Yeah, like
yeah,
that.
that was beautiful.
You see that candlestick?
And
Yeah?
it hit your target. That's even better.
Yeah. That candlestick at 952, man, that was like, oh, with the decrease in volume too. I really felt like they were gonna go for the 20 MA test here on mean reversion as well as the hundreds claiming our top pivot point. 50 was about to claim our VWAP bullish, and yeah, I think we can come down to VWAP still. But let's see if 20 MA sustains here in this minute. We got 10 seconds to close over our 20 SMA middle Bollinger Band.
RKDA.
Yeah, and guys, I also wanted to bring up, never be afraid to sell before earnings. I hate it when people try and assume that they know what the earnings is. And in some tickers, you do. Some are actually really consistent. Okay, you can actually bet on them, right? Because again, what we trade is just probability. And the likelihood of them having a good quarter based on the previous 10 quarters, you could use that to your advantage, right? But when something isn't so, when it's too volatile, when it's not consistent, you don't bet on those. I don't bet on those. I don't care. Like I told you guys last quarter, and when I bought it at what, 311s, guys, Tesla is a buy. You know, at 580s, I wasn't so comfortable holding.
Cent.
And to be honest, what did I lose? I bought it at 622 right now. So I'm like from my sell in the 580s, literally it's like 30 something dollars. I can make that 30 something dollars just day trading it on any other day because of the high ATR on
3-2.
Tesla anyways, right? So you're not going to miss out. Don't be afraid to miss out on profits if that means you're going to preserve your capital, because that's the biggest thing that matters, preserving capital. And we'll go over that on the lesson that I'm going to do once I'm done trading, probably
AMD
around like 11 or 12 a.m. Sorry, go ahead.
AMD reversal working out here under the 47, SMH 142.20 critical level, SPY 325.30 critical level testing here. Tesla back to 645. So really happy I took profits at that 640 level, covered that most recent long I tried. So I lost just over 125 on the long and made just over 125 on the short. So I'm gonna try and recover the pre-market move I made, and yeah, day's looking pretty good. AMD up about 20, almost 20 cents on this short,
FBA.
and really happy I took off that partial on at that 47.19 level after it rebounded. Again, guys, like risk management. So if you're gonna be averaging into your positions, it doesn't hurt to take profits. Like if you're gonna chase money, then you'll probably end up losing. Like if I didn't try and add, I would have taken a loss under 47. If I didn't reduce, I would have taken a bigger loss. And then if I didn't reverse, I'd have taken another bigger loss on another potential add of the extra 1,000 since I had reduced to 1,000. So now I'm in 500 shares on the half reversal, and it's looking pretty good. I just got stopped out of Facebook here. Oh shit, guys, I gotta
Honestly,
go.
I
It's
think
10.
that's I still think it's a nice nice little dip. Should actually turn around if we can hold under.
Hein.
I haven't analyzed the data on Facebook though. I actually have. But let's say here, let's say if I say, you know, Cypher, here's a good example. I say short at 211s. You want to enter over that 211. You want to get those stops to be triggered, people to be selling, that sort of thing. Now, Facebook's a bad example because like there's not going to be a lot of people shorting it over this area here. So if there's not a lot of people shorting, you know, you're not going to take out a lot of stops. You want to look for strategic points where there's a little bit more buyers. And they're looking at it as a technical trade. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get stopped out when this technical trade breaks down. And you want to use your, common sense and judgment and your fundamental analysis skills to determine if they're wrong.
Oh, guys, if I wasn't clear right before I go, I just want to clarify. I had 25 shares of Tesla
SSI.
short, and I covered 15 of them. So I have 10 left with a hard stop over 650. On AMD, I have 250 shares left from the 500 that I reversed under 47. And I just closed out half of it because I gotta go. I'm not gonna leave it open here. So yeah, 250 shares open, and I'll leave it, like, I'll risk the profits that I made up to 47.20. So a hard stop. Even though I want to do 47.30, I don't want to give back the gains on this. So I'll just give back, like, I don't want to give back more than the gains on this. So, but yeah, I really got to go now, or else I'm gonna be late. So yeah, I hope you all have a great day, and I'll be back later, probably around like 12ish, 12:30ish, probably. It just depends. I usually have to wait there, even though like my appointment's for 10:30.
Eat.
I'll probably get seen around like 10:45 or 11. But yeah, and well done today, everyone.
Good job, Johnny. Thanks, man. We'll see you soon.
See you, Johnny.
Last thing, I just took some profits here on TVIX as well from that ad at 50/50. Just to cover, because I was in a loss, so had to average it out, and average is 50.18, and I have 200 shares left of it. So on this one, I have a hard stop set just at 50/50 now, like 50/51 right now.
Nice job, buddy.
Thanks,
Good
TJ.
job.
No. You deserve all the credit for Tesla today, and don't feel bad that you jumped the gun a little soon. When you wanted to go long at 624 and you did, I was like so close to going along too, but I just felt like the volume was too strong there, and I wanted to say like TJ, like just wait for 620,
GSLA.
but I just wanted you to do your thing because I know you're using size. So keep up the great work, and good to have you back here, man.
Thanks, buddy. And on that note, to what is it, XLRN? We mentioned this, buy over the 75s. I'm still long on it. I was waiting for that 80. Like if today we didn't hold that 80 mark, I was gonna get out, but now we're actually holding over 80. So I think this might actually continue. So I'm just gonna give it some more time. Probably gonna hold it. I don't like holding over the weekend, but it held pretty good, especially since the market came down today and it opened at a pretty reasonable price. So I think it shouldn't have too much effect from the market aspect. So might just, continue holding. Now it's a shit. I don't know. It's a shitty biotech. I don't know if it is shitty actually. But I'm just playing this as a technical trade more than anything.
SVM.
As for Tesla, guys, it needs to hold 640 for me to remain bullish on this stock. 640 is like pivot.
MYOS.
Exactly. Phase 2 data is, nothing. And remember, biotechs are just bio.
Sent.
There's always going to be one that's going to be better than the rest. And then even if that one competitor has an advantage, someone will. Or if their product is actually good, they'll just get bought out.
BDTX. SEIC. RKDA.
Hey guys, you wanna laugh? Who wants a good laugh?
Oh yeah.
All right, take a look at that article.
He's fired.
Fired. He's never going on CNBC ever again. That was his one shot at fame.
And he failed.
God damn Chad. He's gonna be running a family office for the rest of his life.
SNDL.
There's absolutely no reason to own Tesla in the near term. Literally, after he said that, the stock just flew. It did nothing else but fly.
Yeah, 3 months later. I mean, that's a 3 month
BDN.
difference in price of how much? That's quite a bit. Fired.
Ooh, that was a huge sell order on Tesla. I don't know. I
Oh,
didn't watch.
Cypher getting out.
Anybody watch the
LLIT.
tape on that? Any large buys coming in, or was that just a huge sell?
GMLP.
Yeah, AWX got me squeezed. That was a horrible trade. That's why I stopped. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna trade it. It just doesn't make sense. I can make more money on large caps utilizing the exact same kind of capital, and I won't break a sweat. I was so close to getting, margin called. So glad that it worked out. But yeah, I was pushing my luck on those trades.
Ooh, that's in pretty deep too.
Lore. RFP.
Oh, and you guys remember QRVO? Who remembers this from the previous earnings?
That was QRBO? I don't remember QRBO.
We bought it at the 96, I believe, 95, 96. I don't know. I had to add on to it, so my average is in the hundreds, but Q for Queen.
QRVO.
Yeah. We bought it after the previous earnings, and it did pretty good. Was able to get out today and might look for another entry. See if we get a double bottom. Bands are
LLIT,
getting really
SVM.
tight over here. Price consolidated. RSI looks good. This might be a nice entry.
AXS. FTFT.
And Jay-Z, you know what sucks about that? You have to remember, like, if you saw his post, it's literally just like burning Tesla. So just imagine people pay to listen to him and they're all trading Tesla. It is virtually impossible not to add from the pressure that, he's doing, right? So all of those members probably added. Like, how is it a day trading chat room when nobody has money to day trade anymore? Because they're all fucking stuck in Tesla shorts. Yeah, I feel bad.
VIAC. NXE. VVNT. BHTG.
So that's a good question. So Ocean Grove asked, when you have a second, would you like to wait? Would like to ask you, okay, how to overcome your losses? It's easy. You take days. Doesn't matter how much money you make. It really doesn't. A loss still affects you the same way. You can justify it to yourself, being like, oh, it's okay. That was only Friday's loss, or it was only the profits from this week. It's only this month's work. It's only a year's work. But it's still going to hurt the same, no matter what you do. You can lie to yourself and tell yourself, okay, it's okay. But realistically, it isn't. And the biggest mistake I see people make, and I used to make this too before, was once I make that loss, the first thing I do is, okay, how do I make it back? And guess what happens? You just take riskier trades that doesn't even follow your, your strategy. And you just take it because, hey, you got to make that loss back. And that is just a downward spiral. And eventually it will burn you. And that's why, if you take a big loss, guys, take days off, take a week off. Try taking a trade again. If you take another loss, take another week off. Do it until you, like, guys, the market's not going anywhere. Okay. But you have to remember, it's your money. You don't have like an unlimited amount of money. You got to play with, the hand that you're dealt. And if that's the case, you can't be just like gambling away your hard earned money. And that's something I see a lot, actually, and people don't actually realize it, but they are gambling. You can, again, we talked about this yesterday. It's what you can justify. Companies do it. Everyone does it. It's just, it's behavioral analysis, right? That's how we kind of cope. And in every aspect of life, in every business, in every business situation, anything that involves emotions, you're going to see this byproduct. So you just got to understand it. You have to know yourself, and you have to know, okay, when is this emotion taking over? When am I actually in control? Is the argument that I just had with my wife going to affect anything? Like, you guys have to remember, like, you can't trade if you're not mentally prepared. And if you do trade and you make money, all right, that's good for you. But the times that you lose that money, you can't ever get back. I wish I can call my broker and be like, oh, it was a broker error. I tried it. Never worked. Yeah, and that's true what Cypher says. I've seen so many good people, good traders blow up, and they just gave up and it all comes down to risk management. If you managed your risk, you shouldn't be in this position. And this stop loss lesson that I'm gonna do, I hope it's gonna change your life. And realistically, I hope you guys actually adhere to it. It's one thing to listen to it, but it's another thing to apply it in practice on a daily basis. My dream team knows the biggest thing for me when I had a trading coach, right? The first thing they mentioned is, you know what? Read your rules out loud every morning. And I'm like, what? Read it out loud? I was like, okay, that seems dumb. But it actually worked. For me, that worked. And I think some guys in our dream team, I don't know, Cypher, have you ever tried that technique?
Which technique?
Reading out your rules.
Oh yeah, I have. You mentioned that like I don't know, like 6 months ago or something, and I put some of them on my wall and I read them out occasionally. And if I start to break them, I read them again. And
Yeah, I remember TJ mentioning. I actually wrote that down too. I actually have that in my journal too.
It's helped me. It's helped me, remember it. Because, when you're actually trading, there's so much things going on, and I always bring up this one fact, right? 1 second. I'm going to actually find the quote.
yeah, you got to punish yourself if you break your rules. You're your own boss. Nobody else is going to enforce them for you. So if you have trouble following them, you gotta take a day off or take the rest of the day off or something. Whatever works for you.
So that's the quote that really like got to me, and it's true. Like I followed this my entire life, even when I was in private school. My parents put me into pretty much like tutoring afterwards, right? So I had a tutor for what was it? Accounting, commerce, math, I think economics, or there was some other subject mixed into it. And so I was actually conditioned to go to school from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That was just something that I'm used to. And based on that, it kind of like fell aligned with my life
Yes.
now. Like I'm used to working. Like I work till 12 o'clock at night, even up to like 3. Guys, I was posting in our group at like 2 o'clock in the morning saying, guys, Disney looks good over here at the 135s as a buy. And that's just something that sunk in. It's not something you'll get overnight. It's something that you can condition yourself and you can actually practice, and you'll see an improvement, but it's just going to take time. Nothing happens fast. You have to allow a strategy to work, a trade to work. You have to allow yourself to work. Bobby, Eastern Standard
Well.
Time. And I think the other thing traders don't do is being brutally honest with themselves. The way, sometimes I come off as harsh. My girlfriend tells me, she's like, you're literally like a fucking dictator. And I'm like, I am sorry. It's just like, I am a dictator to myself. When I break a
Paul.
rule, if you think you guys get it bad, right?
Sent.
I am 100 times worse to myself. Because I know I can do better. And I know you guys can do better. That's why I'm a little bit harder on you guys. Especially Dream Team guys. They know.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's all in love, and you're
Exactly.
obviously you're a perfectionist, and when it comes to your tradecraft, and I think that's a really good attribute when it comes to achieving your goals.
And you just want to follow the lead of people that have done it well. Take a look at even Elon Musk. The guy puts in 110 hours a week. He's like, look at actually, what's the guy's name? Kobe Bryant. Like, obviously, I only read about him after he passed away. R.I.P. But the work he was putting in, the comments that his colleagues made about him, you can see that this guy's consistent. You can see this guy's the first
MLSs.
guy in and the last guy out. And he always pushes himself further, right? And that's something that you guys really have to carry for yourself, because
FRSX,
nobody else
AXS.
in this world is ever going to do that for you. Okay? Someone can spoon feed you. We can give you money, but you're just gonna end up losing it anyways. Like that's why I like don't give people money. It just doesn't make sense. If you can't manage your own money, my money is not gonna help you. You're just gonna end up in the same shoe later down the road. Right. And it's the same concept. Like, personal finance is a touchy subject. People don't like to talk about it. Me working at a bank, it's something that I grew up in. My relatives working at banks, it's something that, it was something that's a normal topic in our household. I remember I got in trouble when I was in grade 3. Guess what books I was reading? Fucking mutual fund books. Because one of my aunts was studying it and she wanted me to summarize it for her. All right. So for me, finance is just something I grew into, right? Now, that's not to say that you guys can't do the same thing. Your timeline obviously is a little bit later, but that means nothing. That absolutely means nothing. Can you put in the exact amount of hours and have better or equal results to what I have? Yes, you can. The question is, are you willing to put in those hours? Are you willing to sacrifice today for your future tomorrow? And that's something I don't see a lot of people doing. And it's sad. It is really sad. Your money does not make your money. My gains today is not today's gains. It's the years of work that I put into this. And you guys have to learn to value your future. That is the number one tip. No matter what you do in life, if you cannot value your future, it doesn't matter if I tell you to buy Tesla at 620 and it goes to $1,000 and I tell you to
Riot.
sell and you make that money, you'll never keep it in your pocket. And even if you do, you won't know what to do with it. So it's really important, guys, that you learn to value yourself. And valuing yourself doesn't mean, oh, I deserve to buy this today. No, it means fucking putting that money aside. I told you guys, when I started trading, honestly, I thought it was a ludicrous goal at that time because the knowledge that I had back then is nothing. Like it's probably like 1% of what I have now. At that time, I knew one thing though. I can turn $1 into $2,000 in my lifetime. So then anything I look to buy, I think to myself, is this worth a 2,000% markup? 2,000 times markup. If it is,
LLIT.
okay. If it isn't to me, don't touch it. It's that simple. And you have to remember, it's not like there's two parts of the equation. It's not just how much you make, it's also how much you spend. An average American makes like $1.3 million in their lifetime. Why the fuck are like old people, not old people, like retirees, why are they so broke afterwards? It's because of their spending habits. I know people that are nurses that have over 600,000 that were investing with me when I was working as investment advisor. Nurses, guys. Okay. And I've seen doctors that are living on their pensions. I've seen nurses save way more, invest more, be happy with their amount, have a second home, have a vacation home. So it really just goes to show you just have to be smart with your money. And if you can't do that, everything you're doing right now is worthless. I hope that helps.
I think it really comes down to a mentality difference. There's two types of people when it comes to that. People who value instant gratification and will loan from tomorrow to enjoy today, and other types of people that see the bigger picture and they can embrace delayed gratification to invest today for a better tomorrow. And it's a simple concept, most people choose the wrong way and spend their
TRWH.
whole life trying to fix it, but it's just not going to work. If you can embrace delayed gratification and invest for tomorrow and combine that with compounding, that's like the big secret to wealth. Spending under your means.
Yeah, and guys, like when you're young, work. You don't want to work later on. And I want to give a big shout out to, we have members here that are older that are actually hustling, like Diana. I want to give a big shout out to her. She works nights just so she can do this during the day. Like there's so many different traders. Skyper is another example. There's so many other traders. I'm not just gonna like go down the list. There's some that have like 2-3 kids that have other obligations that are literally a full-time job and still manage to do this. If you're young, you don't have that kind of obligation, you have absolutely zero excuse. Okay, it really doesn't matter where you are in your life, like I guess cycle, right? As long as you can put in the hours, do it. And especially if you're young, you don't trust me. If you can plan it now, you're going to be happier. Like 5 years from now, you're going to thank yourself. 10 years from then, you're just going to actually be so free. And that freedom, like there's nothing better than to be able to A, do what you love, and B, be able to do it when you want to do it. Like when I was sick, I can actually take it off. I can actually just say, you know what, I'm just going to relax. When I want a vacation, you can actually do that. Like having that sense of freedom is just amazing. But you got to earn, unless you're born into money. That's a different story. But I'll be honest with you, as an investment advisor role, I got to meet a lot of people, a lot of walks of life, businessmen, lawyers, doctors, people that were born into money, people that weren't, people that were, self-made. And I'll tell you, all of them had one thing in common. They knew their shit. They knew how to manage their money. And that's the biggest thing. And if they didn't, they knew how to ask for help. They knew where to find the answers. Those are things that a lot of people don't do. Some people don't even go to an accountant. Some people don't even review the tax codes that change year by year just to see if they can take advantage of something.
FUTU.
And I think those are practices that everyone should do at the very least. Yeah, and you just got to be smart with your money. I've known gynecologists that make 30 to 60,000 a month. She spent all of her money in designer clothes. I know I
FTFT.
mentioned it to you guys before in the chat. And then I've known people like nurses are a good example that have actually have more assets under their name because they, a little bit more frugal. John Doe, it depends on what type of investment advisory role you're taking. There's some things that give you more commission, but not always the best for the customers. But I'll be honest, like you always have to do right by your customers, right? The money comes after. The same thing with anything. Whether you sell a product or a service, if you don't actually do right by them, instead of thinking about your like pockets, if you actually don't do right by them, it's never going to go anywhere. Tesla's Tesla because they have an actually really fucking good product. NIO was a piece of shit when you saw their first product. Now when you look at their products, okay, now you can kind of see, right? So they're trying to do right by their customers. You'll see that with companies that are succeeding. Apple, Amazon. I mean, like everything, every Fortune 500 company, it revolves around customer service and a really good product or a service, right? And doing right by them. There are a few exceptions, like Xerox and what is it, Enron. But there's always going to be that 1%. I think one more thing is you always have to remember, guys, like we're conditioned to buy stuff. Since we're a kid, how many commercials have we watched in our lifetime? Just imagine, like, if you just added up the commercials you watched on just YouTube for one day, you multiply by the amount of days that you watched YouTube videos, and you actually multiply that by the entire lifetime, like you'd be surprised. Like we are actually conditioned more by the advertisement. So you just have to know, like these guys are out there to take your money. Everybody is, believe me. Cypher knows this. Anyone with money will tell you. In every direction, people are just looking for a handout. And there's a huge difference between a helping hand and a
RKDA.
handout. And nobody knows how hard I've worked except for me. Nobody knows how hard you guys work except for yourself, right? I know Cypher worked like fucking kill. Well, like he's been doing so many different things to get where he's at right now. Gabe's the same story. Like I know a lot of people on a personal level. Frank, Johnny, I've seen the growth and I've seen how far they had to go through. So it's kudos on them. It's not easy, but like I said, nobody else is going to do this for you. You got to make up your mind. If this is what you want to do, you got to be able to do it for the long. And and there's no such thing as being cheap, guys. Okay, that's just something people say just to make you spend a little bit more and exactly like flaunt your wealth. You really don't have to. Literally, I told you guys, I was building a PC. I timed it when it was
Sent.
Boxing Day. Every single component on my PC was built on sale. I actually saved about $280 by doing that. I was like, all right, that's actually still a good feeling. I mean, what's 280 to me? That's like one scalp on a day trade. But yeah, you still got to save money. Yeah, if you have Amazon bookmarked, there's a problem. Like literally, I only go on Amazon when I actually need something.
My wife keeps a constant stream of Amazon shipments coming every day. It seems
Thank you. Tell your wife thank you.
like
I mean, Amazon's consistent with their earnings. I mean, you can take a look at a 10-year chart on Amazon. Really consistent. I have no problem holding on to Amazon, especially through the busiest spending season of the year. During the summer, not so much.
BGG. FUTU.
Best strategy for playing earnings. Guys, I wish it's something I could explain in a conversation. If that was the case, everybody would be rich. You have to remember that. Yeah, insider information. There you go. That's the best strategy. But realistically, guys, if you have to remember, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. And the moment everybody does it, the profit margin shrank. Because there's always going to be one guy trying to undercut you, and then some other guy trying to undercut him, and it just goes down in a, it's pretty much the Amazon business model, right? So you always have to remember that, if you want good things, you got to actually put in effort. Like, if you want what the 1% has, you have to be willing to do what 99% of the people don't do. Write that down. Yeah, where is Ziggy? No problem, Carlos. I hope it helps. And guys, like, I'm not even lying to you. You guys know my alarm clock was a motivational speech. My walls are littered with quotes. Like, that's just how I motivate myself, because nobody else is doing it for you. So, whatever it takes. Does it matter if your friends come over and they see like a billion quotes on your fridge? Does it really matter to you? Like, their opinion? It fucking doesn't. Just do it. Some people just try and hide it. They'll put it on like a board that they can just close up when guests are there. I'm not that guy. Yeah, and don't be a tool.
AXS.
Honestly, it's a good question. So how I avoid blowing up my account is I have multiple trading accounts. So, if one fucks up, I have multiple. And obviously, you just want to build it that way. And Abe, the biggest thing, best advice is learn from it. Never put yourself in that position. And don't hide it. Don't hide that emotion. Actually live in it, bake in that emotional feeling that you're feeling when you blow up that account. Okay. And learn from it. That pain is good. Use it. Use it. Next time you're thinking about doing something stupid, refer back to that pain and you'll stop. And I got to be honest, I'm one of those
RKDA.
people that sometimes I actually have to learn the hard way. And a lot of people are like that, right? There's some things that I wish I could learn from others, and you can. Socrates came out with that quote, which, I follow religion, something about, learning from other people's hard work.
MDLC.
So then you don't have to go through this. And most people can do it. Like Cypher's amazing at it. Like I tell him something, he fucking absorbs that knowledge and he just applies it to his strategy.
Yeah, it's always better to learn from other people's mistakes, but there's a few psychology ones I had to learn the hard way.
And everybody does. There's always going to be that learning curve. We're not trading someone else's money. This is our money, guys. It's going to be emotional. There's no two ways around it. You just got to know. Like a lot of people say, take emotion out of your trade. Fuck that. It's impossible. I've talked to a psychologist. You really can't. What you just got to know is when that emotion takes over, and know that at that time you're not going to make a good decision. Go for a damn walk. You'll see me and Johnny periodically do the same thing. When we're excited, when we've just made money, when we lost money, we take a walk, we take a break, we come back fresh. So Velocity on YouTube. All right, what's the best one piece of advice you have about trading? Write shit down. Okay, unless you have photographic memory, okay, write it down. Write down your strategy. Write down your rules. My dream team, they have their rules. Like I can ask Nick his rules and he can recite it. Cypher can do the same. Every single member on that dream team can do that, like in the back, like this. Like they don't even have to think about it, and that's one big skill that everyone should have. You should be able to describe your strategy to me without having to think about it. And I think that's the one biggest thing. Second is just emotional control. You just got to know. And you got to analyze your emotions. A lot of people don't like fear, don't like pain. So they try and avoid it. You can't do that in this game. You're going to take losses, sometimes big losses. And that's just part of the game, and you just got to A, let it go, and B, learn from it. Can you have too many rules? Yes. Keep it simple. Keep it really simple. You don't need too many rules. You want to have a good structure, a good amount of base rules, like ground rules. And then you want to have what I called guidelines, where there are a few exceptions where you can break it. And I like to think of it as like guidelines. It's not like strict. You can kind of deviate from it, and that's pretty much it. Oh, and if you are watching on YouTube, you guys should join our Discord chat because we actually have a good topic going on over here and some good learning material that's being posted.
Boil. IBIO.
Holly, is that what we're doing now? Coronavirus pumps? Guys, let's all pitch in, buy the shittiest OTC company, and be like, hey guys, we're making a mask to defend to fight off Corona. Let's see how fast that stock moves up. All right, guys. If anyone's looking for a nice little scalp entry onto Tesla, this is a good entry over here, just under 637. RSI made like a little bottom over here. I could see a nice bounce point here.
Can we kind of go over why like Facebook tanked yesterday, even though they pretty much beat earnings?
ZSAN.
I actually didn't review Facebook earnings. I'm still salty that I didn't hold on to that stock. So let me just quickly review.
The only thing I found about Facebook that could lead to a tank like that is the year-over-year user base growth has been shrinking continually. I posted a Twitter image of that yesterday, so that might be what a lot of people are looking at. That the
Didn't
growth
that
just
go
keeps
up?
Yeah, they had a double beat if I recall correctly, and cash went up, but they're look. Let me find that. Let me find that.
No, I thought I saw that the user growth went up as well.
Well, it's
It
growth, right?
went up
Um,
less.
you have to remember this. Like, who's buying Facebook? Who's the guys that owns it? Like, I'm pretty sure like most of their float is controlled by hedge funds, right? So they're running models, and this is why it's really important to understand financial models, because you can actually reverse engineer what's going on. You don't have to be making the models per se. You can actually just be like, okay, maybe most analysts were expecting a higher growth rate, and this quarter they came out saying that it's going to be a bit lower. So now they're just going to be updating their model, and it suggests that okay, it's a little bit too overvalued at this time. And just like Cypher said, it's probably year over year growth is not that extreme. Like even Tesla, it's not extreme, guys. Like let me just show you Tesla's ER.
Oh yeah, the growth is like slowly going down.
Sent.
Right, and then you remember nobody trades with like unlimited capital. If you can take that money and allocate it to something that has more growth, why not? Like, I mean, take a look at this. 1 second. Let me quickly show you this. Year over year. This is actually shitty. But again, everyone's buying on Musk's word. I mean, year over year, like profits went down. And let's take a look at Gap. Oh, this is a big decrease here. Boom. Take a look at that. What was trading? What was Tesla trading at a year ago? Around 420s.
No, like $200.
All right, take a look at those numbers that I just posted. CapEx increasing 27%. It's a lot. And that's normal. I mean, like you have to also remember that they're building a huge mega factory, so that's in line with the business. You can justify that. But when you take a look at the actual margins are getting okay. It's not bad at all. So you're not seeing that year over year growth, but again, everybody's buying it on the future, right? And that's just the game, right? Someone's always going to try and undercut you. And in this case, in finance, they buy ahead of time, 5, 10 years ago, 5, 10 years ahead, because that's where you get the best deals. All you have to do is just sit on it. The real question that it really boils down to, are they going in the right direction? For Tesla, yes. Facebook, no. But I mean, like, what are they expecting from Facebook, to be honest? Like, they have the highest ARPU, like the average revenue per user. It just doesn't make sense why the market wants more from them. And realistically, I mean, how many people do you know that doesn't have Facebook already? Yeah, and you have to remember they own Instagram, WhatsApp, those kind of stuff. I mean, I don't even use
RVP.
Facebook, but to be honest, like you have to remember that these guys are in the business of creating an addiction and then selling ads off of that addiction, right? So they need more people, more interest, more people viewing their content. So, I don't think Facebook's going to go anywhere. I still think it's a strong, and any dip should be a good dip.
RKDA.
Google's pretty consistent. I'm going to be holding that one through ER. Really good management team. I don't think we have to worry about Google's earnings. And to be honest, like, again, it's easy for me to say because I bought it in 2018 when the market came down 20%. So I got a better entry. So at that point, I don't want versus Tesla, which I
IBIO.
bought last quarter, which I don't want to actually lose any profits, right? So different time frame, different decisions, different biasness on it based on my entry. Yeah, I prefer shares, okay? Just because I don't have to worry about data. I don't like data. I don't like rolling over. I don't like any of that. Plus, I'm Canadian, so we don't get free option trading. Believe me, if there was free option trading, I would be swing trading just options like religiously. I'd be buying like fucking 6 months to a year out. It just makes more sense on the capital basis. And I'd probably have a huge portfolio of like more than like 100 to 200 stocks at that point. But realistically, the cost is just not worth it for me at this point. And if I'm not going to be willing to diversify, like if I'm doing options in that kind of extent, I have to be willing to diversify. If I'm going to be diversifying, that means additional costs. So if I have that kind of additional costs, doesn't make sense for me. That could hurt the bottom line, and don't. Yeah, I mean, like, I have Amazon shares, but obviously I make more on the calls that I have, my April calls. I'm hoping that it's just going to skyrocket here. Let's
More.
see if it does. What do you do if you get a big win? Then you're scared. The same thing you do when you have a big loss. You just take some days off. Whether you have won big or lost big, you want to take some days off. You guys know, like, I know the guys like Mar Ocean Grove knows when I traded TVIX and made a killing. They know that it's spread apart. Those big, huge plays that I make, those are the ones that actually grow my account. Those plays are spread apart. It's never gonna happen day after day after day. I wish it did, but I actually don't have the mental capacity to be able to go through that day after day. I'd probably have a stroke. some people can do it, like that autistic guy that you guys posted that created the 2010 crash. That guy, that's his strength. He's amazing at it. I wish I could do that. No emotions. Beautiful. I think one of the biggest things that has actually helped me is my ADHD. Because even when I have a bad day, I'm able to actually just like think about something and come back to it later.
Yo, that's so funny.
ADHD actually helping.
For the win.
Yeah, but again, like Mar, a lot of traders just think, okay, I've traded 100 trades. I'm now ready to make a big call and go 60% into my into a position. I've never taken 60% into a position in the last like 5 years, Actually no, last 3 years. And those big bets, I mean, it's going to come, but you got to be able to earn it. Like you have to earn the right to trade side. Yeah, tactical autism. I'm serious. No, I'm serious. Some people actually think some people like they have like a mental disability or something. Nah, like I've known one guy that is just amazing at what he does. He is just phenomenal. And he just has no emotions. He'd be so perfect for trading, but he has no interest in it, and I can't convince him. Too autistic to convince him. He's like stuck in his ways. So I'm like, all right, fine. I would have appreciated your help, but fine.
BDTX.
I mean, Turkey Dirk, that's what exactly happened. He has no emotions. For him to like for him to take $1 million positions, it's nothing. To make millions of dollars, it's nothing either. Like when the guy got caught in his room,
I.
the guy still had like teddy bears. He was literally a kid that was just so smart at math. He was a genius when it came to math, and he just like, okay, I can apply this. And
Who
the
we talking about?
byproduct is going to be money, and money is going to be needed everywhere. How he thought, his thought process through it. We posted about it. He actually, it was the 2010. There was a flash crash. He was a futures trader, so he technically orchestrated it. Made, I believe, like 13 or 15 million dollars. And it's literally like a kid in a guy's body that
BDN.
was just amazing at. He was doing a lot of bid spoofing.
I
And
was
remember,
I
it's
kept
on the
thinking
future
about
side, right? Imagine bid spoofing on the future side, guys. Guys, like futures is one of those things where it's like a cult, back in the days when it was actually floor traders and such. You just needed one floor trader to get in, one big name, people follow, and then it just keeps continuing and snowballing after that. Some people don't even realize, like, you know why banks had people in the stock market, like the exchange itself, is to find out what the fuck is going on when there's no explanation why like corn just went up like $2 a share. It's literally because of those reasons that every single fund, large fund, would have a desk in the exchange, because they actually didn't know what was going on, and obviously the floor traders did.
CG.
Okay, it's obviously not the only reason, but it's a good advantage. Wow. The moment I stopped looking at I. What's the I news?
Didn't Goldman Sachs like dump their whole position or something?
On what?
I.
So we were expecting at least Congress to come in at like three to five. Well, 3 to 4. One, that's not good. 1 billion, man, they're so cheap. Got a question. What stocks am I buying right now? To be honest, it's risk off time. Like I'm not looking to add any more positions. Sticking to tighter stops and just seeing where the market goes. I'm actually bearish on the market. This coronavirus shit is actually, kind of scary just to see how much it's actually ramped up. And if they don't get it under wraps now, it's gonna be a serious issue. So let's see what happens. Plus, we have elections coming up. You know, shit with Trump. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot of businesses that are closed. Like even flights that aren't even going into China. There's so much things that's gonna affect the bottom line and the GDP on both countries or all three, like Canada, U.S., and China, and all the other trade partners too. So it's going to create a ripple
LLIT.
effect. These kind of ripple effects aren't going to happen instantly. Usually takes like, I'd say, like 8 to 36 months for it to take like a full effect if we see like a big decline. And if this actually extends for a longer period of time, like SARS took 9 months, so if this takes 9 months, and at the rate of change right now, it's it could be really bad. I'm gonna post this chart onto the trading floor over here. I mean, take a look at that number of infected. Like, look at the difference. Now, if you actually like like project and forecast what's gonna happen next on that, it's astronomical. Nobody wants that, and I hope um, the WHO and the Chinese government and every other government really fixes this issue. Do I trade any other markets? To be honest, Canadian stocks, I look for dividends just because we get a nice little dividend tax credit on our non-registered accounts. Things that that I have in my RSP, that's really based on like stuff that are really long term. And yeah, that's just Canadian and US equities. You have to remember, like, what's the one thing that almost every Fortune 500 CEO has? They have stock options,
IBIO.
not just their company, right? Do all of them have FX? No. Do all of them own like Chinese companies or foreign equities? Probably not. Yeah, so that's how I actually like to do things. I have specific investments that are supposed to provide me a specific return that pays for my expense. And then the rest of the money just keep reinvesting and just go from. Learned that from Bill Gates actually. His huge property that he has, state of the art at the time. Um, you know, Bill Gates, he actually had stock options for other companies that were paying for his taxes, his property tax for a like, and his property tax at that time was like $300,000. He had stocks that were actually giving him $300,000, right? That was a smart move, and I took it from his book. See, for me, U.S. dividends doesn't make sense, okay? Because they withhold it with the IRS, and it's stupid because we get a credit on our side, right? And then it's just way too much headache. And personally, it takes so long. And you guys deal with the IRS; they're not the friendliest. Don't buy a car. Don't fucking do it. $5,000 max. That's it. That's all you need. Do not spend $50K on a car. Don't do it. Delete that. Never review it again until $50K is literally 0.1% of your income. Until then, don't even do it. Depreciating assets, guys, $50K for a car, that's crazy. $50K. Tassif, you can buy a property that'll actually generate some money. Okay?
What's up, gents? How we doing?
Not a lot, buddy. You?
I'm doing awesome, man. Honestly, I'm looking at going into like Tesla puts. I'm shorting most of the market. I bought gold and then I'm long straddles and like so many different assets. Like the market, especially Tesla and like Intel and all those guys have literally moved more than 3 standard deviations. So their probability for mean reversion is like ridiculously high right now, and volatility is really low because they all just had earnings, right? So vol dumped and puts are really freaking cheap right now, in my opinion.
You know what? I'm gonna look at that. Gold, I'm still long. This year actually, I did like
Silver.
usually I just buy JNUG, but I actually just bought JNUG, GDX, and also just GC, just to see which one gives me the better return and see how it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much what I'm doing now is I'm not necessarily trade. So I have gold, but I think the real play is trading beta weighted assets to silver, because silver's underperformed gold, and if there's a vol spike in precious metals, then silver is going to outperform gold. And then if you like the asset that I'm trading has like a 2 beta, like a beta weighting of 2 to silver, so it's going to double the amount of the move that silver does. And the options are cheaper. So it's like it's I'm finding more value in that for precious.
Yeah, value wise, it makes sense. It's just for me, it's just sheer size. Um, I can't have that maneuverability that I have. Like JNUG, I like it just because it's like I go after dollar per share, like dollar per share, right? So for that, it's easier for me. And I don't have to like use size. I don't have to be, a large percentage of the, volume. And that's important to me. And, silver, I see no problem with going with silver either. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's looking nice.
I actually, I'm not sure if you guys remember Danny. He mentioned buying silver. Do you guys remember that conversation? One of
Aye.
my buddies, he's a commodities trader. He came to my house and he was talking to you guys, and he's like, "Buy fucking silver." He's literally, that's it. That's his
Yeah, I
one
remember
advice.
that.
And believe me, he's still long.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Dude, guess what? I made 40% on the Apple puts that I bought like this morning.
Damn.
Yeah. Literally, I saw so like Apple is pushing its one daily standard deviation, right? And at that point, like the doji that it formed on that band level was just like I think it's called like a tombstone doji or something. I don't know. I don't follow technicals too much, but I think that's what it's called. I saw that and I literally immediately put an order in to just mark it into puts the second the market opened. And yeah, it's turned out pretty well. What are you guys playing today?
Tesla got the 222s, well, 223 technically, and just waiting. Hopefully it's gonna. Other than that, nothing. Like I'm looking at Match.com because it came down from earnings, so I'm looking to add on to my position here.
Nice. Yeah,
I
I'm
bought
looking
it
at
really
shorting
cheap.
Tesla, honestly. Like I'm looking at going really short.
It's not a bad idea because every single person that was short created this huge spike. So the guys that were short, they just added fuel to the fire and made it even worse of a move, and they got squeezed out. So taking a short here, you have less likelihood of it spiking up against.
Yeah, dude, like it's literally moved. It's moved more than 3 standard deviations in the
Yeah,
last
but listen to the earnings call and then make that decision, because
Yeah,
once you listen, you're gonna be like, okay, this is what everybody's gonna be watching on Tesla. And I mean, it's Tesla. This is a call stock. Oh, and Belford, I actually posted my biggest concerns on the Tesla numbers. The numbers just doesn't make sense to what it's been doing. And here, let me quickly post it again. Like, this is just stupid for the market to be pricing it. Again, everything's on future growth, but like numbers are just horrible. Look at that. Year-over-year growth, -7% on their revenue stream. Like, what?
This is Tesla?
Yeah.
What a meme stack.
Like, it's ridiculous.
FTFT.
Yeah, that's kind of
Capital expense, like, look at the CapEx increase. 27%. Guys, CapEx. In a quarter, they just went through $400 million. And that's okay. I get it. They're making a big factory. I understand. Costs are going to go up. But an increase like that on any other stock without Musk involved in it, the stock would be trading at like fucking like a 10% discount. But then he talks, and then everybody's like, all right.
He speaks. I want to get a better entry on these. I'm gonna wait on Tesla, but I think it's gonna be coming soon.
You know, I mentioned it earlier on too. Like, I'm only bullish. Like, it has to maintain 640s. If it can't maintain 640s, not good. And today's price discovery day, right after earnings, everyone's trying to price in everything. So it's gonna take.
Yep. Ivy really fell off on this one though.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay. So I was actually considering taking a strangle yesterday. Right. I was looking at the 600s. And I was looking at the 550s, right? It was trading at 675 at the time, and I was looking at it, and I was like, okay, the cost, it would have to make at least a 50% move and actually hold on to that move by the time I sell it for me to actually make some profits. And then I looked at it this morning, and I'm like, I am so thankful that I didn't take it, because the loss on the put side, like, it still wouldn't have made sense.
Everything, even on the calls, dude, you wouldn't have made as much as you think you would have on the calls because
Exactly.
Ivy
The
dumped
Ivy
like
was
30%.
fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like that happens with so many people too. Like they get screwed in Ivy dumped. Like I don't really trade. I only sell options near earnings. Like I'll take a bullish or bearish position, but like the only thing I'm gonna be doing, like right before earnings, I'm literally only gonna be selling. So right now, honestly, like Tesla straddles, like if you want to stay market neutral on the straddles are looking like the best play right now because this thing's going to move. Like I don't have a single doubt about it. It's more than 3 standard deviations away from its median since let's see, since November. Hold on. Yeah, since October, this thing has moved 1, 2, 3, 4 standard deviations. That's crazy. And IV is pretty cheap now because yeah, it's down to like 57%.
I mean, if you're even scalping the weeklies, you can make money.
Yeah, you could. I wouldn't do weeklies on this one though. I would honestly take like the March contracts because you want to be, well, it's Tesla. You can probably get away with February. But usually with options, you want to take the back month because like you want to go into the contracts that liquidity is going into, not coming out of.
Yeah, I mean, just for like scalps, like you can never hold them. Data's just gonna kill you. But like if you were to just scalp Tesla, let's say long over 640, buy, I'm pretty sure like still make money if it actually moves to like 645 ish.
I'm gonna take a look at these straddles actually, because honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna buy puts. I think I'm just gonna buy the straddles.
Ocean Grove, you kind of want to get into Tesla before the January numbers come out, right? Because you want to actually make money on that move up if you think it's gonna be higher. Realistically, it's not. Oh my god, I'm gonna show you more. Like, sorry, I got caught up on that. Let me show you how bad Tesla's results are. Okay, now that's just the book. Okay, so let's say, oh, it's not about the book, TJ. It's about their production. All right, let's take a look at production year over year. There we go. This is just stupid. Somebody
Oh,
show
yeah.
me the growth in this chart. Show me the year over year growth. Look at that. How is this even up? Like, look at that. It doesn't make sense. The only thing that's making money is their Model 3, which is also their lowest profit margin vehicle. Like, they literally have to add packages onto it just so they can turn a profit on it. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Year over year growth has actually declined. Yep, that's literally what Tesla's running on. Elon's word. You know, and in my model, I was so generous, guys. I was actually generous. In my model, I was, you know how their revenue came in at 6.3. I gave them 6.6, and they still haven't even hit that target, and they still moved up. It's amazing, and just goes to show you it doesn't matter. Just got to follow the masses. And honestly, you have to also remember one more thing, right? Mark to market account. There's one more thing. Let me take a look. Oh, and here. Okay, this is just, I don't know. Please explain this to me. This is when my managing director would be like, "Please fucking fix this." Or justify this for me, because it doesn't even make sense. Current output versus what's expected by mid 2020. Like, what is he gonna have? Like Santa's elves working in his shops? Please explain to me. This doesn't make sense, guys. The normal, like on a business scale, right? You scale up your business usually like 5 to about 7, 8, 9%. You do 10, 11, you're getting a nice bonus as a CEO. This is crazy.
MDLZ.
Yeah, they're already making Teslas in a tent. Can you imagine what they have to do to get to 500? I mean, 400,000. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in a bit.
Foil. Sent. SEIC. ZSAN. UGAS. FTFT. ADXS. SXTC.
You guys kill me.
VVNT.
Yo, he probably gets more hate from our group than anything on social.
He's a smart dude, though, man. I dig him.
No, I really liked Yellen. I actually think she knew what she was doing. Her husband also has a, I believe, a PhD in economics. I think their daughter also is in somehow sort of involved in finance. I think, like, that's a family that is just born into like royalty when it comes to economics. I think they knew exactly what to do at the right time, and they did a really good job of cleaning up the balance sheet and bringing us back to par. He is just doing everything he can for the short term while he can. And that's all that matters realistically, right? Remember, on his resume, he's going to be like, oh, I was the Fed chair when SPY went from this much to that much. Yeah, I think Yellen was actually better suited. I think she was actually doing what's right for the people. He's just doing what's right for the rich people, the guys that actually trade the markets. For us, it's a good thing. For the average mom and pop, nope. Just wait till you guys have kids, and now you're thinking about sending them to school, and you realize now you can't even send them out of province because it costs like 300,000 just to send them to your local college.
Oosh. Screw that.
It's okay. I'll be out of here by Italy, baby.
What? We're not going to Yemen?
No. Oh no, that's the company. I'm just saying, like, when I wanna like leave, I like Italy. Italy's really good. I think that'll be a nice like work-life balance environment
I
to
was
call
kidding
it.
about Yemen. We're going to Dubai. So I got something for you about Dubai, TJ.
What's up?
What's up?
So what's the difference between Dubai and Abu Dhabi?
45-minute drive.
45-minute drive.
Sort of. So Dubai does not like the Flintstones, and Abu Dhabi do. Eh. Oh, that's awesome.
I'm never gonna forget that one.
I like that one.
I wonder if you said that when we're actually in Dubai, if people will take offense.
Probably. They'll probably take all my kids and sell them off too.
I don't want to see that. But if they're willing to stone you to death, I can watch.
Crap, you'll be the one, like, I already invested in stones. Anyone want to buy any?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I'll have
right.
a card outside, $5 a
Gabe's on fire.
Cypher will be there doing the marketing. Ocean Grove will be there documenting the entire thing.
Jay-Z will be programming the analysis for the velocity of each stone.
The linear regression.
Exactly. Cypher will be recording the pain dynamics of the vocals that I'll be dispersing.
I'll be taking bets on how many stones it actually takes. I think we'd be really good in business, guys.
Absolutely. All right, that's my joke of the day. I got a few more, but it's still within market, so I figure
Keep
people are
them
trading.
coming.
Oh, you want more?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why do pimps meet in a Mexican restaurant? Anybody? Because they get a tacos. Get it? Tacos, tacos.
I did. Not that funny. That gets like a 2-star.
Yeah, that one's kind of silly. So I told my wife this because I got a lot of Mexican jokes too. Because, yeah, amazing dad jokes, man. I love those freaking dad jokes. Since my wife is Mexican, I try to pull out all the Mexican jokes for her. Some of them she laughs at. Some of them she's like, "Oh my god." So here's
And
another one I
some of
told
them
last night.
you're in the doghouse.
You're in the doghouse.
Yeah, some of them she's like, "That's racist." I go, "Yeah, that's why it's funny." So I told her this one last night. I go, "What do you call a Mexican midget?" She goes, "What?" I go, "Paragraph, because he's too short to be an essay." Hey.
Hey,
Dag jokes.
Yeah, dad jokes are the best. All right, there's my 3 for the day. Other people got to step up if this thing's got to keep going. No? Okay, one more. Again, Mexi stuff, right? So no one take offense because my wife's Mexican. She'll come over there and whoop ass. So I met this chick before my wife. She was this Mexican girl. I went over her and I asked her for some papers, and then she ran off. Sorry, that's terrible.
You have worse ratings than my local.
Okay, that's all. That's all.
Yeah, you should have just stopped at Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, that was actually my killer one. All the rest are kind of like, eh.
I know you've been saving
NYMX.
that one for a long time.
Oh, I was. I'm like Abu Dhabi, yeah. Abu
Gabe, I feel
Dhabi,
like
dude.
I feel like you should have a where you can like hit a button and you like there's fake applause. I feel like you need that to really sell it. You know.
You know, if you guys invested in that, I would totally use that. But I think at this point, I have a better chance of getting the rocks being bought to be thrown at me.
Wait. I'm gonna send you a link and I'm gonna do the exact same joke, but with this.
Holy.
There you go.
Yes, Gabe, try it.
Yeah, I want that.
You got it. Do it.
Everybody, thank you. Thank you so much. All right.
We've unleashed the beast.
Never gonna like this is his bookmark page. It's gonna be his homepage.
All right, Gabriel. All right, Gabriel. This is your moment. This is your moment. We need a dad joke followed by the sound.
No, I'm just gonna play this.
No,
Who
you're
needs
killing
posters?
it.
Who needs posters? I just need people clapping for me. Crap. I don't know. I don't have any more jokes. You guys have already heard the majority of mine. You guys got to sell
Hey
something.
Gabe.
Just Google something.
Hey Gabe.
Yo.
You got one shot.
Oh,
Don't
friggin',
miss
that was
it.
like last week.
Eminem.
I don't know. I pretty much had it with the Abu Dhabi Doo. Abu
That's
Dhabi
it?
Doo. That's it. All right, I'll look something up. I'll keep going. Hang on. I got to build up my arsenal again. I don't know. I remembered some insult jokes I think from a way back, but some of the jokes I know that aren't appropriate probably shouldn't be said on here.
All right, fine. Like all the short Mexicans already like left our group.
Hey, what's up, Paragraph?
Lucho comes online.
Ooh, he's got some jokes. You know, it's funny sometimes that some of the girlfriends I had didn't quite like my sense of humor, and I looked at one time I had a conversation with my ex, and she said, "You know what? What do you like most about me?" She goes, "Do you like my face? Do you like my thighs? Do you like my body? Do you like my eyes?" She goes, What do you like best about me?" And I looked at her up, I looked at her down, and I said, "Well, I pretty much like your sense of humor at this point."
Oh, that was snap. Nice.
Ah,
That was
there we
perfect.
go.
Well timed, buddy. Well timed.
Well played, good sir.
Heyo.
Way better with the soundboard. You're welcome.
To help
VBNT.
you guys along there. Dude,
I
that
told you,
soundboard
he
is
just
kick
sold
ass.
it a little bit more.
Now you just gotta stop the echoing on the mic.
My bad, my bad. Hey, Soya, you look like you have a grumpy face there, pal. Do you want me to start saying some Asian jokes? Or can I look at the bottom and like several people are typing right after I said that? All right, so I made up a joke last night, and it's very distasteful in case anyone dies from the coronavirus in this room. So I figured I'd get it out there before that happens.
Oh, see, that's why you need to clapping in the background.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, I'll get that next time. I'm working on it. So the other day, I don't know if you guys are watching the news or anything like that, but over in Asia, they've been having some huge issues with people fainting and being exhausted from the coronavirus. And there was a guy just recently. He was at the top of a flight of stairs, and he just lost his balance and he started to faint. And all of a sudden, he was just out of it. You know, bam! So he fell down all the stairs, man. Oh, it's this poor guy. It was Wong on so many levels.
Yee.
uh Wong on so many levels. Ayo. All right, screw you guys. I'm done.
No, that was good.
We were just waiting for more. What the hell?
You guys, no, I'm done. And that soundboard kicks ass.
See, now your wife's gonna be extremely annoyed.
Probably. Nah, I love her and she loves me, man. We're a good team. How did you find the soundboard? Did you just Google it, or you had something on standby just for this?
Googled.
You know, I don't know if you guys watch the political realm or anything like that, but there was a worldwide survey conducted in the the UN recently. But there was only one question asked to a lot of the preliminary people. One of them, one of the questions, or the main question was, would you please give your honest opinion about solutions to the food shortage in the rest of the world? So I don't know if you guys have heard about the food shortages within the rest of the world. So the survey was a huge failure. In Africa, they didn't know what food meant. In Eastern Europe, they didn't know what honest meant. In Western Europe, they didn't know what shortage meant. In China, they didn't know what opinion meant. In the Middle East, they didn't know what solution meant. In South America, they didn't know what please meant. But in the USA, they really didn't know what the rest of the world meant.
CBLI.
Delay. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know, it's funny because it's pretty much brutally honest.
I know, isn't it? You heard about those two bald guys that put their heads together? They made an ass out of themselves.
Alec.
You guys know any Yo Mama jokes? Yo Mama jokes. Anyone? Like your mama so ugly, she made Happy Meal cry.
Your mama jokes, huh? Your mama's so ugly. When she tried to join an ugly contest, they said, "Sorry, no professionals."
who put the boo? Was that you?
That was me.
That's awesome.
If anybody took that spy chart with me, now's another place to collect a little bit of that money.
Good job on that.
I do what I can, try to give back.
Hey, for those of you that called my jokes gay, dude, I'm straighter than the pole your mom dances on.
Hey yo!
Heyo!
We're gonna have so much fun with this soundboard.
This is the new UT mascot.
I always like Chuck Norris jokes too.
Yeah, those are pretty good. Oh, I like that one, Turkadirk. Your mama's so ugly she can't even get the bus to hit her. That's funny.
Whatever happened to Chuck Norris? Is he still alive?
Oh yeah, he sold enough of those freaking workout machines that he's retired now. Those were the Bowflex things, weren't they?
No way. He came up with that?
No. He was the rep for one of those machines. The TV personnel.
Sent.
You guys remember playing World of Warcraft when Chuck Norris was like their master?
What? I don't remember that. Is there a video on that?
I don't know. I gotta find it. He was like their spokesperson. Okay, not spokesperson, just like, actor.
You're still in the long on TVIX cipher.
I was short on spot,
Oh, short
and
spot.
yeah, I still got partial, but I've only got about a third left.
Okay. Yeah, it looks kind of weak here. It might push more, but there's not a lot of follow through, I think, on this time of day.
Yep, I'm not looking for a lot of follow through around lunchtime.
Oh, they got an Arnold soundboard. Oh, this is fun. You have Gold Bond versus H1N1 virus? What?
All right, guys, I think I'm going to start the lesson soon.
Oh, Marcus tanking. Beautiful.
Obviously, it's going to take. Everyone wanted to pay attention to my lesson.
Everyone got up.
Like, fuck, close the positions. Gotta do some studying.
NNVC. APT.
Oh shit. We knew this was coming, boys. Rika, thank you so much for posting the news. Hopefully everybody is on their VIX longs or spy puts, whichever one. International public health emergency. That's gonna hurt. All right, so I'm gonna probably start it in about like, I don't know, like 15 minutes. And you know, at any point, if something drastic happens in the market, I am gonna stop. Because again, you know, I'm fully invested too. And I know a lot of you guys are as well, and you guys gotta manage your position. If there are positions that you can cut, you know, cut it. It's gonna be a beautiful lessons, and it's always good to actually have a notepad and take down notes. You know, some of these things might not apply to you, some of them will, and it's always good to write them down and review it. Unless you're like me and you write down notes just to kind of like help you memorize it, and then you never refer to those notes ever.
You should write a note to refer to your notes.
Yeah, but then I need a note to remember to refer to that note.
Never ending cycle.
Trust me.
I fully understand. Yes. And yes. I'm really rich.
NNVC. IBIO.
All right, so what I'm actually going to do is actually going to stop this stream on YouTube, and then I'm just going to start another one. So it's just for this lesson, so people can actually refer back.
LLITBLI.